Alrighty. Welcome, welcome. Great to have you back. Pine Cubes, how you doing? Everix Graphics, great to have you. Sam does stuff, appreciate you. Orag 4, welcome. Holga 5, welcome. Dazzling Pim Pam, British Giraffe, great to have you back. Soren. Now just a quick heads up, I'm a bit under the weather again. My throat's a little bit shit. So forgive me if, I don't know, just forgive me. I don't know what for, if I'm honest. Devi Animations, great to have you. Julia, welcome back. Vane, it's 5 AM in India. Far out, good morning. Ras Pencil, welcome. Appreciate it, Mixter. Art Dictivo. Angelo from Puerto Rico, great to have you. Pim Pam, thank you. I don't know what it is, it's kind of like this in-between one. I wish it would just like make up its mind. Just like, if you're gonna be a cold, be a cold. Just don't keep fluffing about with me, make a decision. Gorkemazlan 12, hello from Turkey. Man, far out, this is crazy. It still boggles my mind. We've got people from all over the place. I'm coming to you live from bloody Adelaide, Australia. We've got people from all over. Now, I'm not entirely sure why my screen is being all janky. What I might have to do, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, depending on how you look at it, I might have to just use this as a, or is it Discord taking up all the CPU, GPUs? Let's get the screen up so you guys know what I'm talking about. So today I wanted to, Humble Hustelo, hello from Toronto, how we doing? I want to do a color. Do some color stuff to begin with as like a warm up. And then we will jump into that character that I was working on last stream and try and sort of get some color under her. Hey, Zeus0852, greetings from Panama. Great to have you. That's how the flu started for me with a sore throat. Yeah, it usually does for me, but it's just been hanging around on and off, like it would just go away and then it will come back. So what I might have to do, which is annoying, but Beth logins, stop it. All right, let's see. I just want to test something because I don't want to be lagging the whole time because it's kind of like unusable. What am I trying to do? Let's get this display going. So it's going to be a bit of Inception right now. Chill. Don't stress. Don't stress. Okay, is this? Yeah, it's the pen tablet. Huh. All right, well look, looks like we're doing it on the, it's not really gonna affect you guys at all. I've just got to rearrange something on Instagram. Give me a moment, Instagram. 2 mementos. All right. And I believe that's all I'm gonna need, if I'm not mistaken. I think we get started. in the next 2 minutes. Just give me these technical difficulties. I tell you what, doing my bloody head in. All right, so then we're going to open the tablet settings. Fuck. Open the tablet settings. Good morning, Fahar. Rachel the Strong. Howdy, Ben from the States. Great to have you, Rachel. Bring on the filthy. Love it. Yeah, we'll be bringing on the filthy. The filthy plug-in, that is. Probably a little bit of filthy language, but that I cannot help. Only Z3D, great to have you. All right, so I'm just updating the display that we're drawing on, so that I'm actually drawing on the correct one. No, not that one. Monitor one. Correct. Thank you. Save. Bam. All right, how is this feeling? It's feeling a lot snappier. Still a little bit laggy though. I'm really not sure. What if I do the unthinkable and I turn this pen display off? Does that change anything? It changes everything. Sorry guys. This is working before. Okay, now it's silky smooth. All right, this is how it's going to be. This is how it's going to be. All right, how are we looking on OBS? Everything's still hunky-dory, except for that the preview window of the reference. Apart from that, we should be good to go. If I can just, OBS doesn't want to be a dick. Come on. There we go. All right. Oh, I don't even want to draw now. I'm freaking knackered. All right. We've got screens all over the place, but let's not waste any more time. I'll give you guys a couple of minutes to, I mean, you've been sitting here for a little bit, so my apologies, to get set up. So you can see the reference here. And what I'm focusing on is punchy colors, right? This is just a warm up, punchy colors. And I want to punch those colors up, you know, but I also want to stylize at the same time. So I've just got a rectangle here, so I've got something to work within. And I reckon we get started in 20 seconds. Oh, we're going to do a timer. What do you reckon? Let's throw a timer up there. What do you reckon? 15 minutes. I'll throw the timer up on Instagram as well. So we got, not 15 seconds, fuck, 15 minutes. And we'll get going. What a schmozzle of a start. All right. 3, 2, bloody 1. Let's get going. Let's get a warm up cranking. All right, so where are all my windows? Fuck. I need. You guys have a head start. You start without me. I'll catch up. I'm just going to reset all my everything, so at least I've got the fucking color and the filthy plug-in here. Okay. Ay, Dios mío. Background, that's what I'm starting with. And we'll be hopping into Clip Studio as well today. Maybe even, what's it called? The other one. You know what I'm talking about. Krita. That's the one. Because I do enjoy their brush engine. I like all the brush engines. I think there's like tools, different tools for different scenarios, you know. Now I can't quite see chat at the moment, so I'll get back to chat after this 15-minute little block in. So we might go 2 rounds of this just to warm up because I am all over the place today. But I'm glad to get back to our usual schedule, whether I'm sick or not. Bloody, we shall do the stream because this is a big part of my week, and it sets up the week for me. And again, appreciate you guys popping in and allowing me to ramble on and just have fun learning. All right, so here I'm just getting my base colors down now. Now I might want to try something different today. I'm blocking it in. It looks like a paint by numbers thing at the moment, which is to be expected. Now what I might do, because Filthy had an update, I can use the alpha lock layer to come here and actually paint within these shapes, which is sick. So now I'm just getting those little shadows, very graphic at the moment, very graphical. Not going to be perfect, but that's fine with me. And because we're doing it in blocks, we can actually use the paint bucket tool and just tweak these colors ever so slightly, or a lot, depending on what you want. So I'm just focusing on the background at the moment. So it looks a little bit warmer. And warm is relative, right? It's really like an aqua, but in relation to everything else, it's feeling warmer. Now I haven't even touched the car yet. And we got 11 minutes, okay. So let's just add a little bit of variation on the ground, blah, 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 yep. Whatever. We can fix that later. Okay, let's get the car in. Because it's interesting, like people that are new here, or people that aren't, why are we doing this? 1, because I want to, right? 2, whether I'm drawing a car, whether I'm drawing a person, whether I'm like whatever. Okay, that's the shape I'm going with the car. All right. It is what it is. I think about the principles still are the same or exceptionally similar, whether I'm drawing a character, a car, a bird, whatever, right? It's light, it's color, it's value. It is all the same. And this is why I'm going to experiment a lot this year with traditional mediums. Because it is technically all the same, regardless of the medium, it's the same. To a degree, right? The medium does sort of quote unquote matter, I guess you could say, to a certain degree, but you're all getting to it's all taking me to the same spot, right? Where's the light source? What are the local colors? Where are the shadows? Etc., etc. Because this could very easily be the same sort of process for a gouache or oil or whatever. We need to figure out the perspective of some of these things as well. Right, so I'm just looking at shapes, all shapes. I'm going to deselect after fill, turn that on. Okay, 8 minutes. Let's add a shadow, let's ground it, literally, pun fully intended, in the scene. All right. Bam, now it looks like it's sitting on the top of the row. Okay, what are we looking at? So this is kind of see-through. Not kind of like, oh, yeah, look, the windshield is see-through, okay, that's not a revelation, but what I'm thinking about is what's behind it, right? What's gonna be showing through? What illusions can we create to make it look like it's see-through? All right, so this isn't going, because there's gonna be stuff inside the car. Maybe I wanna do this, but then maybe I wanna throw some darker lines in here to show that there's shadow within the car. All right, so you got some of these crisscrossy things. You got a bit of this, you know, a bit of that. Now, some of this, this car here, I wonder, let's try something. Let's go the old magic wand. Cool, now we're selected there. Let us use the line tool. No. Scale it down. Now the cool thing with the filthy plugin, it works with the line tool as well. But you can just do this. You can do this vanilla Photoshop as well. Doesn't have to be. So now we've got an indication of that. I don't even know what that's called, like that little line on the car. But it's there. It's jumping way too much. There we go. Oh, do I have the shortcut? Does that still work? No, it's disconnected. Bugger. All right, so let's deepen some of these. As I'm learning a bit about oil painting as well, I've been watching a lot of Stephen Bauman. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of him. If you haven't, yeah, shame on you. He's phenomenal when it comes to oils. And learning more about like chroma. It's a new sort of term that I've been playing, or not playing around with, trying to understand a little bit more about. It all comes back to values though. So it's like basically how intense a color is and how much of that color do you want it to like, how it's translated in my head is like the poppiness of the color. Like how poppy do you want this color to be? We're gonna definitely need another round on this one. What have we got? 5 minutes. Okay. Let's make those mountains a little bit bigger to frame the car a little bit more. Alright, so I'm not being like super neat with it either. You'll find you can get pretty far with being sloppy as anything and have it look pretty believable. Also squinting down as well from a values perspective. Like, okay, these wheels aren't going to be the brightest things on the painting, but they're going to be lighter than the tires, right? Even the back side of this other tire, because it's chrome, it's reflective. Let's get that. Oh, this annoying slider. Photoshop. Just do what I tell you, please. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. A little bit wider, different color. Thank you very much. There we go. All right, now I'm going to do some straight lines. See if we can clean up some of our thinking here. Also been doing some traditional pen and ink. kind of, a little bit. And some pen and ink on Procreate as well, trying to understand how to cross hatch and do more traditional techniques to then bring into the digital stuff and vice versa. A lot of exploration this year I have planned. Let's reduce the value of that. What have we got? 3 minutes. Okay, let's look at let's prioritize. So this is going to reflect. It's going to have some warmer colors in the chrome. So let's chuck a bit of that in there, which is going to be the reflection of the floor, or the ground. Bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. All right. And let's add it back in some of these darker colors. Bam, 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 bam. Now, quick tip, when doing the lasso tool, if you hold down Option, you can get straight lines with it, which is pretty bloody handy. Now, I might want to actually tint these windows a slightly different color, because it's not going to be like glass, like super see-through. It's going to be reflecting some of the sky. Speaking of this sky, I'll actually want to, let's bump up that. Excuse me. Why did you do nothing? Okay, so I've got to darken the value maybe, and then bump up the saturation there. Yeah, that works. All right, now what we're missing is a few clouds. So the last minute that we've got, let's whip some bloody, or we could do more like stylized, like, and balance it out, maybe a couple behind here, or we make it more like perspective-y, so they're kind of swooping down, which is a cool little tool that you can use to like draw the eye. So I'm learning a little bit more about composition. All right, so it's perspective. They're sort of leading the eye down to the focal point, which is the vehicle. Because everything has perspective, even the clouds. Now I don't want it to look too uniform. So maybe they get smaller in the background. Maybe a bird or two or three. No, let's not worry about the birds right now. We're getting into details, we're noodling. No time for noodling right now. Let's have a look, let's have a look. What have we got? Bam, bam. 7 seconds, and we're going to give a little bit of dimension to the tire. 3, 2, 1. All right. And that's annoying. And we're back. Cool. So, little 15 minutes. Let me get chat up to see where we're at. Give me a moment to rearrange all my stuff. Okay. Dazzler, I guess the stream is extra filthy today. You know it. AJ Barrow, welcome. Commotion, great to have you. Verna, hi Ben, hope you're doing well. Wanted to ask you on the way how you use different blending modes. That's a big topic. It is, but it's not. Like, they're for, like, at a high level, because it's kind of a high level question. Actually, in the next round, let's use some blending modes. Christian, what's happening, dude? I would love to have you on, but I've got to sort out my setup because I think it will crash the stream. I was having trouble, but I think I found the issue. But I've got to do a bit of discovery onto why last stream it messed up. Triumphant Chuckwoody Paul, good morning to you. Yeah, cool, man. Everyone go check out Christian Knee. Fantastic podcast, the Sketchy Van podcast. All right, so let's experiment in this next round with some blending modes, right? And I'll try and talk through what I'm thinking about while I'm using them, what I'm using. All right, now because we're doing timer, I've been a poor host of this stream. So before we get started, it's back. We're gonna need a nice and simple 5 emojis. All right, I can see chat now before we get started. All right, it's the ticket to the next round. I haven't done the timer challenge stuff in a little while, so I'll wait for the 5 emojis. Holy frick, Mixter. Legend. Absolute legend, my friend. Thank you so much. Is there anything in particular for $50 US that I can help you with right now? Buddy, friend of the stream is, I guesstimate that he's number 1 donator from memory. I know that as a fact. Appreciate you, my friend. All right, so we're still looking for 5 emojis. So we got Verna, we got British Giraffe, we got Painted Up on Instagram. So we got the 3. We're looking for 2 more. Triumphant, we got Devi, bada bing, bada boom. Let's get cracking with it. It's a team sport. Let's go. Didn't work. Refresh, let's go. Okay. Now, blending modes. Let's have some fun, shall we? Let us see. I'm going to take this out. I'm going to focus on the car for a little bit, okay? I'm going to get comfortable. So let's add some shadows. When I think shadows, I think multiply, right? Now I don't want to, wrong. I'm going to add a new layer, clip that to the car, and I'm going to use multiply, right? So when I think shadows, I think multiply. So we can come through and darken up some of these darks in here, all right? And the amount of shadowiness is determined by the brightness. All right, this is what I'm thinking about. Whether that's technically correct or not, I don't know, but that's what works for me. So if I really want to add some more chroma, so I'm using the new words that I'm learning. If I really want to add some chroma to this, I don't want to go super dark, right? Because if I go the brightness right the way down, it's going to be like, throws like a massive shadow in there, which we might need as we go, but I sort of want to creep up on the shadows. So multiply is one that I use quite a lot. All right, and this is where we can add that like quote unquote tint to the windows. All right, so that tinted it way too dark, way too dark. So what I can do is I can just come through and erase that a little bit, right? The same thing here. Add that tint to the windows. Bam. Shabang. And what I might do as well, so this is another thing with the Filthy plugin, you can choose to deselect after the fill or not. All right, so if I want to erase, I can just come through and deselect that like erase within the selection, so it's not erasing anything else. So we can just add a little bit of that darker those darker bits and pieces, but then I might want to use the same multiplier to add some of those shadows in that we can see here. So maybe I'll zoom in just a smidge. All right. So now we can sort of indicate the seat there. We can indicate the seat back here. Again, this kind of indicates perspective inside the car. See a bit of that roof actually. I'm seeing that roof on the other side of the car, which is cool. And this is why I love doing this stuff. Very therapeutic. Okay, there's multiplier. So let's use another one. Let's use screen or lighten. Or like, these are like, you can see that they're grouped. For those on Instagram, you can't see, but on YouTube, these are like grouped. So this up here is like shadow. This one here is lighten. This is like mess around with the colors. And this, I'm not sure, I don't really play around with these. And this is playing around with specific things as well. So dark and light, these two, but really, let's try it lighten. So if I want to just come in here, see now I can start playing around with color. So it does what it says it does. It lightens the color, right? Now this is all, I remember Super Trooper, friend of the stream, OG, he was mentioning like the maths behind it. Like multiply actually multiplies the, I think it's the RGB or something, the hex values or something or other. I don't know, but it does some maths behind it. I'm not really thinking about the maths. I'm just thinking about the use case. So lighten does what it says it does. Now with this, because we've got the blue sky, I'm going to utilize that to my advantage, right? So it's going to be cooler in the shadows, particularly on the white, because the white's going to sort of reflect a lot of the color of the surroundings. All right, so we can even brighten that. No, it doesn't want to brighten it. Come on. And it's really a lot of experimentation as well. And we can add some texture to this as well. Right, so if I don't want this just to be a complete flat color, I can kind of wiggle around. I don't even know if you can see that, but it's like slight, just like a bit of color variation within the whites. Right, so it's not just all one solid flat color. And then what I'll do is I'll utilize these, right? I might go back to the multiplier. Let's add in those spokes of the tires. Just a little triangles. Little triangles, doesn't have to be perfect. And then I'll just come over the top, utilizing what I've laid down and just paint normally, right? Pick what I've put down and then I can start to sculpt again, I guess you could say, for lack of a better word. Sculpt the shapes. Maybe I want to make this a little bit thicker, you know. And maybe, just maybe, no, definitely, I do want to add some of these panel lines, I guess you could say. Let's zoom in just a smidge so I can see here there's like panel lines. So now it's starting to get a little bit more detailed. And then we can start playing around with some of the shadows underneath, like where you've got objects overlapping one another. So we've got the top of the roof is overlapping, but then it's got the windshield wipers. So then we can have that sort of crossover just a little bit, which adds doesn't really do too much, but we've got the little logo of the car. And even on these smaller elements, I want to show volume. So even with this line here, you could keep it just a line, but I like to show that the light's hitting the top of it, if you know what I mean. Now with the tires, I might add just ever so slightly, just a little bit of a brighter value on the top of the tire, because it's not going to be pitch black. And then I might just merge the whole thing. Boom, now we're one layer, and then I can start playing with the silhouette of the car itself. So maybe I want to bump out that back a little bit more. Just be like, bam. And then we've got little things like the exhaust. All right, now let's do a little bit of work on this stuff. So there's going to be shadow here, right? I can even start cutting in. Right, so it's a little bit more textural. Okay, no pixel selected, blah, 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 blah. I know. You could do this with a brush. I just happen to be using the Filthy plugin. Right, but just go and scribble, scribble. Add some texture. Now within this texture, because we're on alpha lock mode, I can go back into fill. And let's add just a little bit of the shadow of these plants here. I'm going to zoom out just a smidge to see what we're working with plant wise. So it's definitely not like photo accurate to what I'm looking at, but it's the sort of vibe. I might even do a little bit of greenery on the ground here to sort of help things sit in place a little bit more. This feels very like animation-y style-wise, which I do enjoy. So let's look at the mountains. So this is all, there's all rhyme and reason to this, right? There's shadow here, there's light. So this part of the mountain is going to be lit, this part is going to be in shadow. And we could do, we want to be cheeky, do we want to add, is it going to work for me? Oh, I've been playing around with Clip Studio and I've forgotten all my shortcuts. But even, it's just a smudge. Don't want to turn the strength down. What do we got? 4 minutes, fuck. Right, so we got a little bit of, so that's a rounded surface, that's a rounded surface, rounded surface. Right. Bam, and then I might want to, what I'm thinking about is, let's bring that right the way down. But then, what I might do, might I? Mightn't I? Yeah, let's see if we can do that. I might just grab a large, very simple brushes, nothing fancy at all, just a big old, this one. I might just go over it and change the brushes blending mode to multiply. Oh, maybe overlay. Maybe overlay is going to do it for me. Or color. Let's try overlay. So this is going to change the color of everything underneath it. So if I want to give that vibe of like a little bit more of like a sunsetty, because we can do some investigation and look at the sun sort of coming straight, like pretty horizontally by looking at the shadows. So if we just add a little bit more warmth to those mountains, it could sort of set it in space a little bit more, and then maybe add a little bit of these purples in there as well. So that's what the goal of this was, to punch the colors up. And I think, what time we got? 1 minute 57, okay. Oh, what do we reckon? Let's use another layer mode with the brush itself, overlay. Maybe we go lighten. Oh, I hope I don't lose my voice. Is this what we're looking for? Yeah. So we're just going over the ground a little bit more. And then, if I had a textured brush, that would be nice, but I don't off the top of my head. So we're gonna make our own texture. So we're just gonna go, just real, and then I'm gonna utilize the hue randomness just to give me like a few different bits and pieces of color. And what I might do is even luminance lock it. So then it's all within the same value. So it's not going to be so far out there that it sort of takes the eye away. If that makes sense at all. Probably not, I'm just rambling at the moment. We've got 30 seconds, okay. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Oh, I want that shot. What I want is that shadow to be multiplied. So that's with the 6 seconds that we've got. Cut that away. Paste that on a new layer and multiply. Bam. All right, I'm happy with that. Cool little half-hour warm-up. How do we go? Muzamil Halimov. Hey Ben, I've been following you for quite some time and always wondered how you stay so consistent. You spend so much time drawing and consistently. It's all an illusion. Nah, it's scheduling, right? This is a big part of like my drawing time, which is on stream with you guys. And then I can utilize this for content, chatting with you guys. And then it's really just blocking out the time because it's so easy to not, especially as this has become my job. It's like, I've got a million other things that I could be working on other than drawing, but I've got to really just do the thing. But yeah, scheduling is a big one. Angie Edits, I appreciate you. Rita P, Zach, welcome. Rita P, I'm doing some stop motion. Been at it for 6 hours now. I'm hungry and tired, taking a break and watching for a bit. Awesome, I hope it's doing well. Venera, this is so incredibly helpful. Thank you so much, Ben. My pleasure, my pleasure. Thank you for simplifying a lot of this stuff because there's so many options. I use probably like a 0.01% of what Photoshop has, you know, which is the way I like it. Because then I could use these same principles in other mediums rather than be like, oh, I need this one Photoshop tool that does the thing that I to make it look the way I want it to. Joshua, welcome. Twal, do you think you'll do anything in Krita live? Yeah, maybe today. Maybe today. Debbie Animations, thanks for making it. My pleasure. Venera, Ben, what did you do before art became your main profession? For the last, like, I don't know, throughout all my 20s, it was software development. So I was a software designer and taught myself how to code, and then became a developer for my own company, which is still about the place. The app is called Keepon, which is an app for small business owners to manage all their payments, finance, booking, scheduling, all that sort of stuff. All the stuff you don't want to do as a small business owner. And I love coding and development. Like, I built my website from scratch. Well, quote unquote scratch. Depends what you want to define as scratch, but yeah, I get the same feeling from like coding and development as I do from drawing. All right, so we've done our warm up. I'm just trying to think, what's the next plan of attack? Let's try Krita. Let's give Krita a whirl. Let's see if it wants to work for me. Russ Pencil, thanks for sharing this. I found it very satisfying to make small studies like this every day, I think. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I love it, and it helps a lot. Let's go new image, create. All right, so I'm just going to import. Let's go to my desktop. Import as new layer. So this is the character that we were working on last time, right? So let's see what we can do color-wise. I do have to fix up some of this leg stuff, but I kind of just got a little bit into the weeds in here. But let's see. So I've got all my favorites here. So if you want to check it out, like my head's kind of blocking it, but quick screenshot. There's all my brushes that I'm probably going to use. I'm going to like experiment, but these are the brushes that I've been playing around with. Let's full screen this bad boy. Now let's move her over. All right, so Krita. What? Maybe I'll just start with some. So what I've been, who I've been following is Dave Raposa, bloody legend. Love this guy's work. So he's been giving me a bunch of ideas with his streams and his Patreon. Highly recommend checking him out. With Krita, he's the one that got me to make the leap into the old Krita. So what I might do is knock this back and work with this like Sketching 2 chrome brush. Well, let's get it to a color that we can all see. That would be helpful. And just start to, I want to define the values a little bit better before we jump into color. And just start having some fun, and then maybe even, excuse me, actually I'm going to quit Photoshop so my computer doesn't shoot itself. Okay. And now we're just going to play. So this chrome one's sick. Like it does kind of a line slash, yeah, it's a weird one, but it's awesome. Like I really enjoy it. So I'm just gonna think about the values here. The light source, I'm gonna have like a top-down light source, I reckon, because there's a cool opportunity here, I think, to have the head cast a shadow on the shoulder, if that makes sense. So that could be a cool little opportunity, or something like this to like show the muscle, right? So then half the head's gonna be in shadow, more or less. Something like that maybe. I don't know, haven't decided quite yet, but we'll explore. And now this is chill time. So this is just chill and draw, and I'll be going back and forth with the old chat in here. So this is exploring some Krita. And then we'll throw some color on her as well. The cool thing is the blending modes and all that sort of stuff, it all carries over from Photoshop. It's the same, more or less. Zach, how do you export high quality images and post them on Instagram without losing quality? I just do a high quality. There is also a setting in Instagram that is high, like says to upload high quality images. So look for that, just like do a quick Google with that one, but also I just double or triple the canvas size of what Instagram recommends, and that seems to work for me. I'm not sure if that's correct, if I should be doing that or not, I don't know. But that's sort of what helps with that. No, it's so, look how easy it is just to go boss up, like cross-eyed. If I just go one little thing, now she looks like she's bloody like, versus, such a small thing, but it's so easy to mess it up. Now the only issue with Krita and Clip Studio is Filthy Plugin is not available there, and I miss it. So I'm actually chatting with Francis today, so could be something on the agenda. What am I looking for? Yeah, that's fine, that's all fine. What's the, no. So this is the thing, I forget my shortcuts. What is brush smaller? Brush smaller, give me brush smaller. No, that's zoom. Smaller. Shift, that's right. That's the only downside to swapping back and forth between software. Excuse me, I want the brush back. Thank you. Okay. And I really like the Wet Knife Plus, because you can like blend and all sorts of stuff, so. Catino, I've been well, how you been? Twal, what are your favorite brushes in Krita so far? So you got the chrome brushes, so the thin and the large. I like the textured soft the Knife Plus, and the pencil. They're all come with Krita. Now we're doing it like this. I do love the texture that it gives as well. So when you do start going over it with like your rendering brushes and stuff, it like gives a like cool little base. Flip canvas, what's flip canvas? M? Shabang. Nope. The Tessa, good morning from Cambodia. Good morning. Katano, I've been wondering if you have a day job or is art your main thing? If you do have a day job though, how do you balance between the two and other things you do? It is my full-time. It is my full-time gig. Content, social media. Which I'm forever grateful for. Because I didn't come into like, you're gonna get people that have friends of the stream and know a bit of my backstory. I didn't come into this industry, like I feel like I came into this industry kind of through the back door. I've not worked for it, like I didn't start off working for a studio. None of that, I just started posting. And from that, stuff sort of snowballed. Now there are there's some weirdness going on in the face here, but we can fix that. Rafa, welcome. Michael Mann, it's great to have you. Thank you. Rafa from Indonesia. There's something off about the head here. I think it could be a bit with the perspective. So I'm still getting used to these brushes, so I'm not going to be as fluid with it as I might have otherwise been with Photoshop. But that last post that I did was done with a mixture of Krita, Photoshop and Clip Studio, which was a lot of fun. What am I doing? What am I doing? There we go. Is anyone here a fan of Tellin' Steve Dave, the podcast? I have been on an absolute binge of their stuff. Part of the Kevin Smith universe. Something weirdly like nostalgia. I've been going back through all of their episodes, back to before like the iPhone was a thing. Like, it's pretty weird listening to him talking about like, oh, the iPhone, and oh, not everyone's gonna need it, blah blah blah. It's pretty cool. So they're for those that don't know, they do it from the Secret Stash, which is a comic book store in New Jersey, I think, that Kevin Smith owns. Yeah, it's very, very cool. By the end of this stream, I want to get like a good result, color-wise, I reckon. Now this, I still got to get used to this brush, because there's a way to do it where it's not as intense. I wonder if oh, there you go, you just reduce the opacity. Bloody simple as that. And increase the brush size. Let's try it on a different layer, just in case I mess it up. Right, so this is gonna be a lot of shadow here. The nose, so that's the light source that I want. Something like this. So this part is going to be in shadow. This is all going to be in shadow. This is going to be in shadow. One thing I've been learning though, it looks janky at the moment. Not a not a fan, if I'm honest. But it'll get there. It'll get there. Oh, I'm turning on the fan. Give me 2 seconds. Bloody hot. One thing I have been learning though is like brush direction with this shading. So if like following the form, so if I want to shade, actually like following the form, which can give it a more appealing effect potentially, instead of just scribbling. Now it needs some more context, I think. What if I just did everything? Does that? No. This is what it's like. This is all experiments. Looking janky. It is what it is. What if we knock this back a little bit? I actually really don't like what I've done here. I've lost a little something with this. I think I need to be a little bit more careful with the eyes and everything, really, if I'm honest. What if I merge them all down into one? Because that happens sometimes, at least for me. It might not happen with you, but sometimes I'll just lose a little bit of that something that I had initially. And I don't always know how to get it back. BS, does structure have to be at odds with gesture? No, definitely not. I don't think so. Maybe it's some of this, because she's pretty like that. That is going to do a lot of pulling on the face. That's another helpful thing as well, actually looking at yourself in the mirror. Oh, music stop, music stop. How dare you? Hello? Just gotta fix the old. We start again. That's fine. We just need something in the background. Does not matter. ARG illustrations. How you doing, my friend? I'd recommend you focus on gesture and then structure and go back to gesture. Yeah, you can do that. Caravaggio. Yeah, what is that again? That's where it's like a very clear delineation between light and dark. I think. If I'm not mistaken. This Kayla, loving the stream. Appreciate it. Thanks for popping in. We are just exploring, discovering, trying not to get too frustrated. I think her head is too bulbous. one back here is a little bit too pronounced. What would be cool is if you could see a bit of shadow in the mouth as well. That'd be sick if I could wrangle that. Maybe, we'll see, we'll see. I do like how more traditional this looks as well. Ugh, there's something off about it. That's all right. So this is all going to be cleaned up, definitely. I'm always thinking about that light source. It's coming down this way. We're going to see a little bit more, something like that on the arm. So yeah, big experiment times. So have a look at the hands. So if the light's coming this way, that's going to be hit by light. It's going to be a little bit in shadow. This part of the hand's going to be in shadow-ish. So yeah, I'm exploring my style as well. I just want to be so much like same all the time. That is what keeps it fun. ARG chiaroscuro. Yes, okay, cover, okay, yeah, that's it. Nah, you're right. Chris Maycott, welcome, my friend. The texture is wonderful, I know. I love it. It's like traditional, yet not. Yet it is, but it's not. There is really something wrong with the eye. That's something I do want to address. Maybe it was that. Maybe it was literally that plane there. That brings her into a little bit more of a reality of the light source. Maybe. Let's up the opacity. There's going to be some darker bits in here. And the cool thing is, once we get a little bit of this going, right, and a little bit more of some of these outlines, let's make sure we've got these fingers feeling like they're in front of one another, which lends to a little bit more of that perspective, a little bit more of sitting it in reality. Except for I can't get this bloody nail. That'll do for now, I can tweak it later. Oh, her nails are going to be black because it's just easier to do that right now. Oh, I don't like the black nails though. It's fine, it's fine. Don't panic. All right, there we go. The Faithful Artist, this is gold. On average, how many hours do you practice each day? It's hard to put an average on day. Not as much as I'd like, put it that way. I've started a bit more of a habit with traditional stuff, so I've got a sketchbook and I'm sketching in it. Maybe a couple of hours a day, if you average it out. Not as much as I'd like. Because I'm trying to get this plain Jane. Shameless plug. Had a hell of a time yesterday. I don't know if you can see in the background, a couple of dud castings. So I got to hop down to the place that sells the material to give it another shot. Then I've got to find out if that doesn't work. I've got to build myself a rotocasting machine out of wood. If that doesn't work, then I've got another plan B. But it's just been doing my head in. So it's things like that, because I've got to get, because that's income, right? That's an investment that I've put a lot of time and money into. So I've got to get these released. I wanted them to be, the pre-orders to be released mid-February. So that's the sort of goal that I'm going for. So let's zoom right the way out. What's looking weird? Oh, all of it. There's a lot of issues here. Yeah, this face is not a fan. Not a fan. This one I'd like to play around with, like really punchy colors. I think that'll be fun. Let's knock it back. And let's, maybe I'm going to change the color of it. Maybe that gives me a different vibe. How I'm going to do that? So I'll go new. Oh, this is a thing with Krita doing clipping masks. So that there. What if I change it? Did that work? Yeah, all right. So we've got that kind of color to it now, which is cool. So that can give us like a base maybe to then continue iterating on top of. Again, this is all experiments. Let's come in and really refine. What about pencil? What if I try pencil? The Art of Leora. Welcome back. Thank you so much. This Kayla Putri. That's a cool That's a cool brush. What brush are you using? That was the Chrome large. Archie, hey dude, I switched your stream on and get my stuff done as well. Thanks for streaming. Ah, that's awesome, Archie. Great to have some company. So this is a cool way just to bring out some of these darker, like to really like knock it back and then refine some of these smaller shapes. Maybe these eyes are still bugging me. Let us go into 3D mode in our brains. Lapi Nav, good morning from India. Good morning. Let's add a new layer. So this is what I'll do if I'm getting really stuck. I will utilize plain Jane as well. Right here I need a plain Jane camera, I think. So I can really think about this brow, all right? This is what we're working with down. We're looking on top of her head. So with that, so this is on a new layer. I want to look at the structure of the head. So I'm kind of critiquing my own work. If we look at that kind of mask of the face, right, we think about, okay, where's that inner part of the eye? Maybe this eye's got to come in a little bit more. Imagine the eyeball sitting within the socket there. Then we imagine the nose. We probably see a little bit more of the top of the nose. And let's add the irises in. Knock this back. And then check our work. Iris. And this I tend to have a habit of changing a lot of this as I paint. So even this looks a little more solid. And thinking about the wrapping of, it's subtle, but it's, because these still wrap around the eyeball, the lashes. Still think about the nose as we're looking down on it. Even the mouth, maybe that needs to be a little bit more wrapped. And if we look at the center line, imagine maybe that brow is more in like that. I don't know. No, no. That's all right. You're seeing live my struggles. That's okay. We're not far off. Artificial intelligence. Very nice, my fellow human. Let me watch a bit. Don't you even. I see what you're doing. Reminds me of the Da Vinci Vulture from Spider-Verse in this color. Yeah, I can see that. I do want to add a little bit of something to her as well that's a little bit more interesting. I think these are, they're feeling better. Yes. Yes? Maybe. So if we imagine that shadow underneath here, bam, 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 bam. Maybe we see a little bit less of this mouth in here. I would like to make her a little bit more stylized, but maybe we can play with that a little bit later. Yeah, something's happening. Do I like it? Undecided. What about larger irises? Does that do anything? Nah. That's part of it, I think. Seeing less of this side of the face. This is what I'm talking about with like wrapping the shadow lines around the form. Lappy Nav, hello sir. While doing digital painting, it may be portrait. What's very important to draw what you see or to draw what you know if you don't have any reference near. Well, you can only draw what you know if you don't have any reference near. If that makes sense. So that I'm not entirely sure if that was the question, but it's like, yeah, if you don't have any reference, there's not a whole lot you can look at except for in your mind. But I don't even necessarily look at it I don't see a clear picture of anything, if that makes sense. So this is why I love construction and exploring the shapes, throwing them down. I almost need to see something on the canvas before I can do anything about it, if that makes sense. No, 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 what are we doing? Brush. And we're back. And we're back to our regular programming. I think as well, this brow. That's one thing with Krita is, oh, this is I Can't Love Food. This is Krita. It's not Photoshop. Yep, reminds you of Krita? It is Krita. She's giving me like Venom vibes, actually. I Can't Love Food. I'm swapping between all sorts. I've been doing Clip Studio. I've been doing Photoshop. I've been doing Krita. But the thing is, Krita does this shit all the time. I don't know if it's my pen tablet, but it just throws a line randomly. And it's kind of annoying. But it's not something that's a blocker. It's just a little bit annoying. What if she had glasses? What does that look like? Like some cool, like futuristic. Francis, 247, favorite time of day to begin drawing, in the AMs or the PMs? It used to be the PMs, but now it's in the AMs. Moving into the PMs, but not too late with the PMs, or else I'll just get too tired, depending on what I've done that day. All right, I think we can merge these two, or these four. All right, I'm just going to quickly go through. Maybe I'll just start painting this upper part just as an experiment instead of getting everything just right with the values and everything. I can just start slapping some color down. Could be a good or bad idea, I'm not entirely sure. We shall see. Maybe I put like a wash behind her. Maybe we do like a blue. Could sort of go nice behind. Yep. I like that blue. It's like turquoisey sort of blue. Yep. Something like that. We got a bit of color variation in the background. I like. Maybe before we do that, I might want to just add a little bit more value, but like less textured value. Just to round out the forms a little bit more. I'm on stream. Something like that, maybe. There's something up with the face. Something's wrong with it. That's okay. We can fix. Dumb ink, yes. Yeah, Krita. Yep, I'm enjoying it. We could even use, oh, it doesn't have the autofill, does it? See, this is where I would miss the filthy plugin. Now, younger me probably would have thrown this away by now and be like, ah, this is shit, start again. Because I used to get very frustrated very easily. But I've learned that I learn more from these times where things just aren't looking right and fixing them and figuring out why. Like I level up a lot faster rather than just be like, oh, it's not looking good, let's start a new one. So still thinking about that light source. ARG, how much younger? Probably about 5 years younger. See that really annoying. Whoa. Okay, so what we're going to do is go around everything. Which Clip Studio actually does really well. There's like a tolerance kind of thing that you can do. I'm just going to color this top half, let's say. It's going to be jank. Yeah, it's going to be bad. Because what I need is that white background. Okay. Put that white background in there. Excuse me, what? Why didn't that work? Fill everything with white, please. Thank you. There you go, just gotta ask it nicely. And come through and just clean it up a bit. Shadow, good morning. ARG, 5 years ago you would have made this and said it was bad. Not so much this, but the way I'm feeling about it. It's like, yeah, I'm not super happy with it at the moment. And I would have been like, start again. Just filling in some of the white bits, getting this going. Actually, this looks like someone made this in the Roman times. A canvas and the painting has lived for 500 years. Okay, so we've got this, let's merge it all. So it's all one layer. Now I wonder if we can tint this to give me an even better base. I could just do that with, oh, it's chugging. It's chugging. Let's just get all the skin areas maybe. No. Okay, at this stage I'm a little lost, but we're going to experiment. Let's just see if we can get this area looking somewhat respectable. Okay, so there's the skin. What I might want to do is, what's multiply going to give us? That's what I'm after, but not that color. Let's line it up a tad. So now I've got something to work with. No, 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 no. Yeah, I'm really not loving the face, if I'm honest. Let's adjust that. Before we do though, maybe we add some, what? Out of hook. Can I just select that? Okay, cool. Let's add some color variation. Not color dodge, just color. Ishan, welcome. Merge it all, you psycho. I say 10 hours in on one lap. Erica, hey Ben, glad I could catch another stream. Great to have you, Erica. So I'm just playing around with different color variations. I appreciate it, Erica. Ishan, I did my very first Instagram live yesterday. Congrats. That's awesome. How did you find it? So what I'm doing here, you might be asking, why is he putting blue here? I'm trying to pick up some of that background, particularly in the shadows. And I want to make this feel like pretty painterly. Is it? It is awkward at first. Yeah. No, it's awesome to hear that you jumped right into it. That's wicked. So now I'm using the Wet Knife Plus. Just to block in some of this hair. Ishan, I couldn't draw well, so I had to end the stream to get back to my comfort zone. Was live for about an hour. Yeah, that, like, I feel that all the time. It's like, oh no, I'm screwing up in front of everyone. I feel that on the regular. No, it's great that you did it though. Yeah, these eyes are doing my head in. Not a fan. More lashes. See if that works. Now the eyes are never going to be white, like white. There's going to be some shade of grey. Ishan, I might do a live again today. Oh, fantastic. Is Ishan your Instagram name? Yeah, I'm on stream. Okay. Fine. It was either a ghost or my partner. 50-50. As to what or who it was. Dave Atzi. Hey Ben, long time watcher, first time commenter. I really enjoy watching your streams while I work. Oh, it's great to hear. Thanks for popping in. Sklet, you motivated me to draw today. I just finished a quick sketch with a Patrick Bateman references. It's so fun to draw when you don't pressure yourself. That's what I'm saying. That's it. Blink, bro. Yeah, I know. I know. No time for blinking. Up and clouded. I know. Now I'm starting to look at the planes. Right, where can I add the planes? We're not talking about airplanes. So if the light's coming from this way, it's going to be probably hitting her nose. Oh my goodness. Gracious me. These eyes. I just want to get rid of them. Maybe she's got eye patches on. You know. So this is feeling very traditional. Just slapping the paint on. See how that changes it? Like I've sort of painted my way around some of the mistakes as I'm going. Nick Jurek, appreciate you. Welcome. We're out. We're out of coffee. Fuck. Thank you, KDG35ZS. I really got to think about these planes now. How that would actually interact. I mean, are these eyes even going to catch any light? Maybe not. looking interesting. Not amazing. Let's just go with interesting at the moment. And even with our warm-ups, right, I'm using similar kind of principles of just blocking in color to begin with. Like the same as our warm-ups, just blocks of color. Finding that light source, which allows me to play with some of these forms. Feeling a little like Leyendecker-esque right now. Rod line, appreciate it. Reflected light is my fave. Yep. All right, 5-minute break. I'll be back. Oh, let's get a pen. Where can I? Why is it not drawing? Okay. Back in 5. All right, be back shortly. And we're back. Rod line, you inked this. You inked this in Clip Studio. Any particular reason to go Photoshop for coloring? This is Krita. This is just all experimental. I'm just playing at the moment. So I'm not as fast or efficient as I usually would be. Yeah, Krita's cool. Krita's cool. With what you were saying about the eyes, I noticed when I cover up half the face, the back eyes looking at me, and I swap the foreground, the eyes move. Ah, good. Good call. Good call. So let's have a look. Yeah, I see what you're saying. All right. See how I get tied up with eye direction all the time. Okay, this is where sometimes I will get lost. So let's reassess where the light source is coming from and the direction. So it's going to be coming across her face, down this way. So maybe this is going to be in the light. And I'm just experimenting with all different brushes as well, so that looks a little bit more interesting. Let's find that center light. So it'll be on top here, so that's going to throw shadow down there. I don't think, maybe it's not as blue, maybe I want to warm that up like a lot. Let's warm that up. Oh, what? These eyes. Yeah. Maybe they're in that kind of like weird uncanny valley of like stylized and not stylized. Maybe we're just gonna push them. Like big. Where's my brushes? There we go. I don't hate that. I don't hate it, but I also don't love it. Sean, there's a brush pack for Krita called Charcoal KA. It's really good for both sketching and painting. I'll have to check it out. In a year or so, AI will be able to determine the shadows on a 2D illustration like this in real time as you do live light. You can already do that. Yeah, there's already stuff that can do that on like 2D illustrations. Not for me personally, but it can be done. Loco Moco 412 had a quick question. How hard is drawing in Photoshop from other sources, example like Procreate or Affinity? Thank you. I usually draw in Photoshop. So this is Krita at the moment. And it's, for me, it's very similar to Procreate or Affinity. Yeah, I'd love to do some of this stuff in traditional. What that brush doing? It's called Chrome Large in Krita. Right line, I could never get the hang of drawing in Photoshop. Used to draw in Paint or Corel and do finishing in Photoshop. Now I go between Procreate and Photoshop. Yeah, it's, as I've started to branch out and like try different software, it's a bit of a learning curve for sure. For all of them, you know. Slowly, yeah, something's happening. Something is slowly happening. I still don't like the eyes. See, I can see myself doing this with, say, like gouache and like colored pencil, which would be cool. Rod line, going to show my age. I started with Photoshop 2.0. It's so incredibly more complex now. An amazing piece of software. I wonder sometimes what the, oh, I can't, what Da Vinci would create with these incredible tools. Yeah, I wonder. Maybe Da Vinci would have created some of these incredible tools. You never know. Okay, let's see how we can make this clothing fit. On her. Make it feel like it's part of the whole thing. So this part's going to be in shadow, so that's going to get a lot of the reflected light of the blue background. That's cool. This, let's say that's the lightest light of that shirt. This here is going to be a slightly tad bit lighter. And it's going to roll off into shadow. And then even more shadow. Dylan, what's happening, man? Great to have you. Joni J, hello. What does it mean, dynamic pose? Dynamic pose, I guess, means anything other than like a standard stiff sort of pose. I guess is one way to describe it. I like this looser, kind of experimental, more painterly sort of painting, for lack of a better word. That looks kind of cool. Maybe we can just duplicate this and just collapse it all down. Makes it easier. G Noble, what's happening? The art of DHT. Do you use Twitch or Kick? No, I'm pretty much just on YouTube at the moment. Not opposed to it though. So this is where I could throw it back into Photoshop. Let's quickly save it. Girl running color. Ishan, damn, did I miss hearing a bada bing, bada boom? I can't do it all the time. No, I'm not banned from Twitch, as far as I know. More furrows, more. More. No, this whole expression of the face, I'm not loving. Alexis, hello. Iranian, great to have you. Ishan, I cannot believe how much I've improved over the last 1 month from watching your streams. Ah, that's awesome. Milan, do you have some courses with mentorship? Not with mentorship just yet. That's something I'm thinking about doing later on in the year. But if you check out the link in my description, I've got a Gumroad tutorial that might be able to help you out in the meantime. G Noble, yep, this is Krita. Now this, I could change the expression quite a lot to her to be more concerned. Like here she looks angry, but maybe we could change the story where she's like angry and upset. So just bumping the eyebrows up ever so slightly. Now it's more of like a cry-ish rather than a gonna get ya. I don't know. Do you have a setup of the Photoshop plugins you have, like a place I could find them? The only Photoshop plugins I've got are in the link in my description, or the description on YouTube. It's the Filthy plugin. But this is Krita as well, Iranian. And even this little tweak of the like the corner of the mouth, just having that pushed down can give that sort of indication of sadness, just a little bit. Yeah, I was thinking about an evil smirk, but I think I want to go for this. It's more upset. Comes and goes in waves of like, oh yeah, I'm liking this. And then it's like, nah, not a fan. Catch you later, Dylan. Now, is there a warp tool in Krita? Answered my own question. You gave her an evil smirk, that's fine. You do your thing. Really not a fan of these eyes. I'm just going to get rid of them and start again. Let's try it again, shall we? Lewis Kirk, appreciate it. Thank you. looks so weird at the moment. Oh, yeah. It's just slightly tilted down head angle. It's all about iteration. Stuff doesn't work, give it another go. This feels a little better, but I've said that 6 times today. Eyes are hard. Lois. Particularly at weird angles. Who hurt Rachel the Strong? She looks upset. Who hurt her friend? That's something we've got to figure out. We don't have to. We can keep it a mystery. She's running away from something. She's running away from drawing eyes. Maybe this is really me. Ugh. Not a fan. That's all right. It's just eye placement. That's the thing that's... There is a solution in here somewhere. And my music's gone. Yes, come back. Where are ya? Let's just, oh, my whole search thing's gone. Hello, stream, hashtag stream, off we go. Not that song. Temi, hello. How you doing? Ray, how you doing? Yeah, me too. Me too, back to regular schedule. I made her clench both her hands. I'm running away from my hand responsibilities. Nice. Oh man. Yeah, we've all been there. Now this is a little tip. Within shadows, I like to look for bounce light. Right, so this is going to become sort of like a light source. So it's going to bounce up under here, which is going to illuminate some of this, which gives it that sort of illusion of daylight sort of thing. Same here. Maybe not so much on the nose because there's not an extreme amount of bounce light. But here in particular. And we could put a little bit of that on the eye as well. Just like that gloss. Maybe, I don't know if that works or not. I wonder if it would be okay to add a bit of color variation on top of everything. So if we made this color, maybe not color, let's go multiply. No, a bit too much probably. What I think we do need is a bit of that multiply magic just in here, just to separate that head. Even some of the clothing here. without, maybe we just knock it back a tad. There's a lot of work to do here to get this feeling right. Just a lot of little tweaks. And you can see that I'm concentrating because I'm not talking very much at all. That might be a good thing for a lot of you, I'm sure. I appreciate it, Ishan. Neo, what's happening, my friend? Great to have you. The Art of Leora. Have a good night or day, everyone. Catch you later, Leora. Thanks for popping in. Prashant, what's happening? Thanks for popping in. The scratchy sound is calming, I'm glad. Hopefully it's not annoying. actually have like a visor. I do not know. I've got to head off in about 10 minutes, everyone. So hang around. Any last questions? I'm just going to be doodling away here. Just having a bit of fun. Hi, Ishan. My apologies, my friend. This looks very impractical. So this is the last bit of the stream where I'm just playing. Doesn't have to make sense. Nah, don't like it. Don't like it. What do I don't know. I don't know what I like. I don't know. It's giving me like very Dragon Ball Z-esque sort of vibes. Dala. Yeah, it's going not bad. Not bad. Yeah, just before the end. He's watching the first Matrix. Ah, forgive you then. Owen. I could average it out, maybe like an hour and a bit to 2 hours a day, depending on my workload. Lots of little things to do here. Lots and lots of little things to do. But I'm having fun with it. Jeez. Ballo babe. I feel like that arm behind her, jeez, could fall further back, yeah. I agree, it could be at a different angle. I could even do some fancy schmancy stuff and just like make it, the rendering of it, like really like that kind of thing. So you will see some of the form, but it kind of gives it that like, oh shit, she's bloody moving. She's booking it. Like a speedy semi-dappy. Yeah. That's it. That's it. So yeah, this needs the sculpting of this needs a lot of work. All right, a couple more minutes. And then I'm going to say toodaloo for this week. but I could keep going on this for bloody ever. Can't stop noodling. Oh no. Oh, whoops. All right, I'm gonna stop myself. Or do I? Yeah, I do, I gotta... Ryan, what's happening, dude? Yeah, me too. Me too, imagine. Shout out to Row Advanced Materials, is where I'm actually heading off to after this stream. It's been a massive, massive help with getting shout out Plain Jane sorted. In particular, Ryan. Kind of like this look, like this half done, like it's kind of going down the leg. Could be something to look into. All right, I said 20 minutes ago that I would be finishing up. Okay. Before I go, business time. If you like this stylized stuff, I do have an 8-hour, 10-chapter walkthrough. Let me just whip open. Whoa, 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 whoa. So beneblin.com, links in the bio and in the description. So we've got the stylized character tutorial. 8 hours, 10 chapters. It comes with 3D models, so you can learn to sort of think in 3D, how I'm doing here, and a 40-page field guide, because I like to read and learn just as much as I like looking at video. So we've got that filthy plugin, what we was using at the beginning of the stream. You can come and check that out. So that just auto-fills the selections, which is super helpful. The podcast, Make Now, Think Later, with my good friend Francis. If you like content creation, the business side of things, we talk all about that, right? Real numbers, real struggles, real wins. Just had a new episode come out a couple of days ago, which if you're into that kind of stuff, I think you might like. So that link's in the description as well. I'll throw that in chat. I'll also just throw my website in chat. Now, Plain Jane, she's going to be coming out in the next month or two-ish. Right, so this is the study tool that I'm creating, sort of like a stylized study tool. It's going to come with a base, going to come with all sorts of things, got a real life sketch note it's going to come with, and it will have with it a Plain Jane only exclusive print. So that link is in the description on Instagram, and I'll throw the link in the description or in chat. so you can be let known when the first pre-order drops. Let me copy that link. Bam. All right. With that said, thank you very much for popping in. And yeah, honestly, it means a lot. You guys popping in and joining me for a fun bit of art. Oh, the streams on Instagram has frozen. So that's just fantastic. Oh well, for you guys on YouTube. Mark of Art, you just joined. Ah, sorry, my friend. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. Hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, I need something to eat. Haven't eaten yet today. So, without further ado, I shall see you in the next one. Thank you again. And like always, it's the awkward walk home in the same direction after saying goodbye. All right, catch you later.